What's that? Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Text me your email.
Good evening, sir.
Hey.
The mayor bring you up to speed as to where we are?
Broadly. Oh. Good evening to the Pontiac community. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council conducting the people's business is hereby called to order. We turn the floor to Councilman Parker to introduce this evening's invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Brother President. I introduced this afternoon Pastor Emeritus Kathy Desrow, who's going to give us our invocation this evening.
Microphone.
Come on, there it is. Father God, we come to you tonight, another meeting of the council, Lord. You've allowed us to meet again together. We ask tonight for specific things. We ask for peace. We ask for kindness. We ask for an end to hatred. We ask for love that only you can teach us how to do. And we ask that this meeting tonight would be kind to each other, and that, Lord, all that is done would bring honor and glory to your name through this city and its activities. For we ask it in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we stand as a community mourning and remembering those that we have said goodbye to in recent weeks, including Byron Brooks, just 54 years old, who passed away on his birthday, August 11th of this year. Please join us for a moment of silence for all that we have lost, all those we have lost, including Mr. Byron Brooks. Thank you. You may be seated. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington. Present. Goodman. James.
Here.
McGinnis.
Present.
Nicholson.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President.
All right.
You have a quorum.
And Councilman Goodman is here as well. Quorum being established, all members present and voting. We are now at approval of the agenda. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman, to approve this evening's agenda. So that's what's before us. A few quick tweaks. I would like us to move subcommittee reports to come after the closed session, and I would like us to add a special presentation that'll be very brief, acknowledging the Pontiac Junior Park Rangers. So those are the two very brief changes that I have at this point.
Point of information. So because we have to go into closed session, can we just try to move the subcommittee report to next week? Because we're literally going to be here all night if we don't.
We already postponed it from last week, so I don't want to keep kicking the can.
Okay.
But if it's very late and we determine that when we come out of closed session, we can make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Very well put. Mm-hmm. So is there a motion to amend the agenda to place subcommittee reports
So
after
moved.
closed session and to add a special presentation? Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson. Hearing no further discussion. Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay, very good. We can add it, and then we can just postpone it if when the time we get to that agenda.
One other question. What's the timeline for the special presentations? 10 minutes, or are we doing 5 minutes today for the presentations?
Councilwoman James indicated that it would be really an introduction and a picture.
Okay. Not
Super
towards
brief.
that, it's just another special presentation. I just want to know how long they're going to be up here.
Our rules say 10 minutes, but my hope is that since it was already spoken to in public comment by Pastor Jones last week, it could be even more brief than that.
Yes, real brief.
All right. Hearing no further discussion, it's been moved by Rutherford, second by Nicholson, that we make those amendments to the agenda. Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The amendment passes. Is there any further amendments, discussion on this evening's agenda? Hearing none, roll call on adoption of the agenda as amended. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda as amended is approved. We are now at special presentations, and I'm going to give the floor to the Honorable Councilwoman Kathy James to introduce this evening's special presentation, and we're going to do a little celebration and group picture. Councilwoman James. Microphone? Yep.
Yes, I want to acknowledge our Junior Park Rangers tonight. The Junior Park Ranger Program was a program that was funded by our Pontiac Funders Collaborative, and we want to thank them. Also, Mr. Semino Scott, the director of the Pontiac Funders Collaborative, and they have done such a phenomenal job working with Alex, our park manager, to maintain our parks, to keep our parks clean. They've done so much fantastic work that I wanted to just acknowledge them on tonight. Rosalind Simmons, their coordinator, could not be here because we've had a death in the family on tonight, so it's kind of unusual evening, but I want to thank everyone. Could you guys stand? And the young men that's part of our group, thank you. They have worked in almost every park in the city of Pontiac. The young men who are part of the group, we had a total of 8 students. They are all football players, and they are on scholarships, and they had to get back to school to start their football season. And so these folks were left, and the program is going to close out on Friday. But I wanted to just get a quick photo with the council and with maybe mayor and everyone with them, but they have done a phenomenal, phenomenal job in our parks. I cannot thank them enough. So
Fantastic.
thank you so much for all the work that you guys have done.
All right, so with that, if you could join us, you could line in front of this little wooden brown wall here. The council will join behind you. Communications Director Bridges will get some Kodak moments with you.
Okay.
Sense you have very serious.
All right, give them a warm Pontiac round of applause for their work this summer. Thank you. With that, I think I was moving too rapidly. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda? It has the meeting minutes from last
So
week.
moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Roll call on approval of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted. We are at our second and final special presentation, sharing with the community about the Woodward Dream Cruise 2023 activities. Giving the floor to the mayor and Angela Powell.
Good evening, Clerk Doyle, council members, mayor, and deputy mayor. I just wanted to bring attention to our next big city event that is coming to the city. Sorry, something dropped, I didn't know. Oh, do I have to wait? I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Was I supposed to wait till the mayor? Okay. Woodward Dream Cruise is this weekend, and everybody know, third weekend in August, we're consumed with classic cars. The city of Pontiac returns to the Woodward Dream Cruise. We do have our own activities that we're trying to pull together for downtown Pontiac, and we will be celebrating things Friday, August 18th from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday, August 19th from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. We will have parking on Saginaw, Pike, and Lawrence Street. Tickets for permit parking for classic cars to be within our classic car show that are going to be parked on Saginaw, Lawrence, and Pike Street can be purchased from our Pontiac City Hall Treasurer's Office or online. And we do have a link, and we can share that on our website because it's kind of long for you to make it online payment for your parking permit. Or you also will be able to purchase your parking permit on site downtown at our information booth between those same hours that I announced that the event will take place. So you have 3 ways of purchasing: online, in the treasurer's office, or on-site day of event. We will also have live entertainment, a strolling art show, great downtown restaurants, food trucks, and we will be providing, for the Classic Car Show, minor competition and providing some awards for our competition topics that we have as far as classic cars to win awards for. So that is all taking place. I also want to bring highlight 2. So I talked about, there will be free parking. And let me say this, we have some participation from downtown businesses who own vacant or parking lots that they will provide spectator free parking. But if there is some parking lots downtown that has a price to it, that is what they're charging. And we can't get around it because these are private owners and they own these lots. So we will have some free parking for spectators, and it will be identified. And then you'll have some paid parking that they'll have to just pay to park in those areas if they're interested. The parking permits are $25 per day. So $25 for Friday, $25 for Saturday. And then we do have M1 Parade hosting a parade of classic cars that'll start at 10 a.m. at the corner of Rapid Street and Woodward, and it's going to end downtown Saginaw. So that should all take place between 10 a.m. and I would say 11:30-ish. But if you want to catch the entire show, you need to get to Rapid Street and Woodward to start, and it's going to go along Woodward, turn on Water Street, and then end at Saginaw all the way up into Huron. They're going to have 200 cars in this classic parade that they host, but they're sharing the activity with downtown Pontiac, and they're bringing them down to downtown Pontiac. The parade is going to stop downtown, and that's why I said that 10, 11:30-ish time, and then they're planning to leave downtown at between 11:30 and 12. So a parade is to take place between 10 and 12. And then we have the mayor hospitality tent, where he'll be attending the event only on Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday. And then the Pontiac Alumni Foundation presents the Pontiac Alumni Block Party at Alley Cat on Friday, August 18th, between Huron and Lawrence Street. And that's going to conclude the night. So I went over the parade. I went over our classic car show parking, our hospitality tent, And that will wrap up our entire, sorry. We do have live entertainment, where majority of the day, from to about 5 and 6, we'll have local DJs. And then on Friday, we have entertainment, and Saturday night, we have entertainment. But our highlight for the entire event is Voices of Classic Soul, which is and actually we also have our own Ronnie McNear that'll be performing. That'll take place on Saturday. And then, of course, our highlight for Friday is Mitch Ryder. So between the hours of 7 and 10 is when those our entertainers will be performing. That is highlight for our event. So if you have any questions, I'll entertain any questions. And I do have flyers. I will be printing them and sharing them shortly. Have any questions?
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Yes, so last week, and I'm asking this for a reason, do you serve in the capacity as the event planner for all of the events that's happening in the city of Pontiac?
As of right now, I am operating in the community relations specialist position. And in that position right now, the mayor does permit me to coordinate city events.
My follow-up question is because several businesses were told to shut down by the administration, and I'm trying to understand how that happened and how that occurred. I asked them not to come tonight, but they're coming next week, like Goodyear and M1, and I'm trying to figure out who gave people the authority to tell local business owners that they had to shut down for private events. So that's why I'm asking, was it you? Was it you? And so next week, I'm sorry, I wasn't finished. And so next week, they're going to come down and ask these questions as well. So I wanted to know who is the person I'm going to point them to give them the correction, because they lost money and they lost business. And at the end of the day, we're supposed to be serving our local restaurants and our local businesses. So that's why I asked, but thank you.
So in my position, I did not inform not a business owner in downtown Pontiac or around downtown to not open up that day. What we asked businesses is to accommodate the event that was coming to downtown Pontiac. And if there were anything that we needed to assist in troubleshooting with them to coordinate, to accommodate their business for that day, that we will try to work things out. Now, Motor Trend did a lot of that one-on-one conversations also on their own, but as far as me in this position, I ain't instruct no one to not open on that day. But we did work with a lot of the companies, a lot of the businesses that did troubleshoot problems with us. We were successful in getting all that resolved. Now, with Goodyear, one of the concerns with Goodyear is they're off of Woodward, and MDOT controls that whole approval of allowing that shutdown. Now, again, I did take responsibility, and we should have probably notified of things earlier. I will say that because there was a lot of miscommunication. I addressed that last week. But we tried to communicate with business owners that approached us and just tried to get as much information that we could get out in a timely fashion, but time was against us. And the goal is to do a whole lot better in the communication moving forward with any events that we bring downtown. And then I'll pass it to the mayor to see if from your end did you give such direction.
Mayor Graham.
So the answer is no. I didn't communicate with any businesses, but I don't think the issue, as I understand it, is that businesses were told they couldn't operate. I think the question is the road closures. And the road closure issue that I'm aware of with one business actually was not involving a city road. It was involving Woodward that's under MDOT jurisdiction. And so MDOT directly closed the state highway of Woodward on the west side of the loop. And so that road closure issue actually wasn't the city's doing, it was the state highway authority, MDOT's doing, in terms of the one business that I'm aware of that was concerned about the road closure.
Thank you, sir.
We're presenting on the Woodward Dream Cruise. Are there any road closures planned for the Woodward Dream Cruise weekend?
So we are in discussion of finalizing that, and I have shared correspondence with Main Street per them requesting for me today. And just so everyone know, road closure conversation just came, but it's nowhere near, and I can just give certain streets that we're looking at. But we will be working on the map as we speak, so we can have it first thing in the morning. But the only streets that have some impact of some closure is Saginaw Street, Pike Street, Lawrence Street, and Water.
Okay.
So, and it's portions on some streets, and the only street that has more closure of anything is Saginaw. But we are willing to work with any company, any business along those streets to accommodate them, especially for the first year, because we know that that can be an issue with some of our businesses, so we just want to work everything out. So they can contact me, and I can give them a phone number for the Woodward Dream Cruise hotline, and it's 248-758-3060, or they can email me directly at dreamcruise@pontiac.mi.us. And I do plan to attend the Main Street meeting tomorrow to share all this information so we troubleshoot any issues for downtown businesses dealing with the Woodward Dream Cruise.
Anyone else wish to speak? All right, for a second.
Yes, so the issue is that it's being done late and it's affecting those businesses. And so that's what my concerns are going to be. And that's what the concerns of the business owners is. At the end of the day, we are supposed to support all businesses and not just the public sector. So that's my issue. And so I hope that we can change this so that business owners won't get left out of the fray to make funds. But good luck with the event. I appreciate you.
Any further discussion?
Can I say one more
Yes,
thing?
ma'am.
And I just want to early thank all the businesses for working with us. This is our first year bringing Woodward Dream Cruise back. We are aware of some of our issues. The timing is an issue. I will take full credit for that, but just know that I guarantee you, next year, we won't have none of this. Thank you.
Special presentations concluded. Are there any currently elected officials serving our community that wish to speak this evening? Hearing no requests for recognition of elected officials, we are at agenda address. Are there any requests pro tem?
Yes, President McGinnis. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Yes, I'm here to speak about Dream Cruise. At the Dream Cruise this weekend, we will have voter registration. Again, as I said before, there is a volunteer group without Southeast Michigan that's trying to deal with the fact that we have so many unregistered eligible voters, not only in the city of Pontiac, where we have 16,000, but throughout Southeast Michigan. So we will have a voter registration table right in front of the Strand Theater, right across from the action on Saturday. We will also have canvassing of the people along the Woodward Loop. So anybody who wants to volunteer for that, we can train you to be volunteer registrars. And if you want to register, you can contact me or go to this, you can do that on the Spirit of Pontiac Facebook page. And I thank Veronica, who helped us so much at your event, Pastor Parker, at Springfield Church when we had voter registration there. Very important. As we talk about the Dream Cruise, I reminded you that the agreement we had for parking with the Phoenix Center with the developer, and I hope we carry that through with Oakland County, is that we're supposed to have 6 events a year as a city in which we can have the Phoenix Center parking, hundreds of parking spaces, so people don't have to pay. And as I'm listening to, the trouble you had, MDOT, of course, controlled Woodward, but the city of Pontiac controls what events come to our city. And there was not a year from Motor Trends coming to the city, starting in the Silverdome the first year, that they did not have the respect to come to me and the city as a mayor and said, how should we run that in your city? So with that, I was able to get the city discount tickets. They've gone up the price, $25 for each day. That's a huge increase in price. Plus, I had people calling me this weekend saying, well, you always give ticket away, Mayor, for your community concerts. And they thought I had tickets for the Ice Cube this weekend. And I said, no, I did not. That's handled a different way. But you may want to pay attention to that as you plan that in subsequent years because, people coming to your city
That does
have
conclude
some
your time.
respect for how your citizens.
Pro tem Carrington?
Yes, Ms. Tamika Ramsey. Mr. Chuck Johnson. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Good afternoon. I'm Darlene Clark, speaking as a resident of the city of Pontiac. I'm speaking on the agenda for your closed session concerning the GERS. For the last 2 weeks, I have asked, publicly have asked the Mayor Grimal and Mr. Parker of District 5 to please give an update on this particular subject that you're going into closed session. Case number 1212 CV 12830, City of Pontiac versus CEPRA. On July 18th, they went into court. It went into recess because agreement could not be made. Upon August 3rd, an update was made to the court system, was a denied order of modification. The reason I say this because on the internet, as we know, is public information. It's the information highway for the city of Pontiac. It's better to hear from your councilperson, Parker, which is on that council, on that board representing the city, and your mayor, which also represent the city, the residents, to give an update. So information highway, the internet, will not be getting false information. So with that being said, as you go into closed section, it's public record now, as of August 3rd, the denial of modification has been denied.
Please. We're going to keep running with agenda address.
Yes, give Ms. Gloria Miller.
I want to speak on regards of the Dream Cruise. And when you get to your closing comments, you can answer. First of all, I just want to let the citizens know, I had a lot of friends that went downtown, and they actually had fun. But not one of them know that Roy Kill didn't give us a dime for having it. Not one penny. So I want you to know that, Pontiac, pay attention. They didn't give us one dime for it. They come into our city, and they do what they want to do. You're correct, Mayor. You did used to give us tickets. You handed them out to the public. You balanced it out. Now, who's running? MDOT, yes, Woodward is MDOT, but the functions are City of Pontiac function. So now I'm going to go to the Dream Cruise. What are we going to get for that? What are we going to get for Dream Cruise? On record, what are we going to get for Dream Cruise? I want you to tell us that. I know Pastor Jones is running like he always do. What are we going to get for citizens? And I want the citizens out there to understand something. I'm not against none of this, but we're getting played. We're not getting anything. And I'm like this. You don't come to my house and play me. It don't work like that. And this is my house. These are residents. And I want the council to know, I got so many calls and DMs from people. They were so disgusted at all of you, the mayor, the council, because you waited till the mayor come up with a document and you all rubber stamped it. You voted for it, for this thing for Ottawa Tower. The people wasn't saying they didn't like the deal. They wanted to know what was in the deal. And hell, you didn't even know yourself before you voted for it. I got so many calls, they are teed at this administration. They asked, who do you work for? I said, I'll take your message. Do you work for Mr. Grimal or do you work for them? They start coming down on them. I told them they got to start coming down. Then you're not quite believing me. I have followers too. And right now, I want to know what is Dream Cruise is going to give to the city of Pontiac.
Does that conclude agenda address?
Yes, President McGinnis.
Okay. Councilman Parker, you have the floor.
I just want to make it known that for as much as I appreciate everybody acknowledging me, when I'm sitting at the desk, I'm either Councilman Parker or Pastor Parker, but never just Parker. Thank you very much for those who addresses me.
All right, we're at number 9. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life and service of Roger Houck?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. This is us as a city formally acknowledging a former city employee. Roger Houck worked for 25 years for the Pontiac Police Department, retiring as a captain. And so now before us, we honor his life and his service and send our condolences to his family, friends, and former colleagues with the city of Pontiac. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call on adoption of the resolution honoring the life and service of Roger Houck. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson. Yes. Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford. Yes. Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. The resolution honoring the life and service of Roger Hauk has been adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life and service of Stephen Ewalt?
So move.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. We say farewell to another former city employee, Stephen Ewalt, the son of David Ewalt, the namesake for the former community center at Galloway Lake Park. Stephen Ewalt was a code enforcement officer with the city of Pontiac and a city employee. We send our condolences to his family, friends, and his former colleagues here at Pontiac City Hall. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, roll call and adoption of the resolution honoring the life and service of Stephen Ewalt. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford. Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the waiver of $1,000 for a transfer penalty for property transfer affidavit?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Okay, now that it's before us, we can discuss it. I'm giving everyone the backstory. So the state of Michigan requires that when you purchase a new property, you have to, within 45 days, file property transfer affidavit confirming that you're the new owner and they can update the information. The city of Pontiac utilizes the Oakland County Equalization Division to facilitate those services for the city of Pontiac, as do many other municipalities in Oakland County. This is a request that was received by the city council, and only the city council can take this action to waive that penalty. This is a property located in the city that was purchased, and that affidavit was not received by Oakland County Equalization Division. As the information that's provided to you spells out, they contend that they mailed it to the city of Pontiac and that it was never forwarded on. Since they requested formally that they be given this opportunity, first, is the applicant here to speak and to address their request for the waiver? Is the applicant here? Is the applicant here? Is the applicant here? All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion before us? I will share that there have been other property owners in the city of Pontiac who have requested the waiving of the penalty and have been denied. And so out of consistency, I think the most appropriate approach is to, I'll be voting no on this request to waive that $1,000 penalty. We provided the opportunity for documentation to be provided, and to me it is not adequate to demonstrate that it can be confirmed or proven that they had submitted it in good faith. Councilwoman Rutherford?
Somebody had turned their mic off. My only concern with this is that if this is not waived, would the property owner then lose his house? Because there are some instances where when this situation happens, it's a domino effect and people end up losing their houses for $1,000 or $2,000.
Understood. This is not a traditional residence, and this isn't a primary homestead.
Okay.
It is located at 187 Pitt Lane, which is a facility within the M1 Concourse Complex.
Okay, that's all I need.
And so that
Rich.
penalty would be owed, of course, but there is not a sort of an immediate trigger that would cause them to lose their property. They would have 3+ years, just like any other tax obligation.
I understand, but the only reason why I said that is because sometimes that did happen. I needed to know, was it a house, was it a garage, was it some children? I didn't know, so that's why I asked. Thanks so much.
Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes, he says he mailed it to the Pontiac Assessor's Office. Since we don't have an assessor's office, does anyone at the city know what happened to the letter?
There is no documentation about receipt or acknowledgement anywhere. Even that statement that was provided by his staff isn't dated.
Okay.
So I can't independently verify. The standard practice would be to forward it on as a courtesy to the Oakland County Equalization Division. But just to clarify, for the community's benefit, please file and check in with Oakland County Equalization if you change ownership of property, if you purchase property, et cetera. That is often communicated by various real estate professionals, but they might, ultimately is the responsibility of the property owner and the purchaser who's receiving the property. Any further discussion? Councilman Goodman.
Personally, I just want to say I don't think we should get into the habit of waiving things for people who have a lot of money in the city when it's not of any use to us. So I concur with you to not waive it in this case either.
Any further discussion? Councilman Rutherford for a second
I'm
time.
gonna vote no, but I just want us to be careful with saying certain things because we can't be mad at folks because they got money, nor can we be mad at folks because they ain't got no money. We got to be fair and impartial all the way. So if you vote no, just vote no, but don't say it's because folks got money because that give them a way to say that you discriminate against us and then it's a triple down effect. That's it.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the motion before us is the resolution to authorize the waiver of $1,000 for a transfer penalty for property transfer affidavit. And by voting yes, you would be approving the waiver or the waiving of that $1,000 penalty. Is everyone clear on the motion before us and the resolution contained in your packets? Hearing nothing further, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
No.
Rutherford, Carrington,
No.
Goodman,
No.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
No.
Nicholson.
No.
1 yea, 6 nays.
All right, that motion fails. The resolution is not adopted and the fee is not waived. For number 12, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the change order for Oscar W. Larson Co. for the removal and disposal of wastewater from the underground storage tank located at 191 North Glenwood Avenue? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. This is located at 191 North Glenwood Avenue, the former McCarroll School site, the future site of the Pontiac Youth Recreation Center. Mayor and administration, you're given the floor.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This relates to the first step in redeveloping the old McCarroll School site for our new youth recreation center. And we had retained, as you know, the services of a underground storage tank removal like most schools in the city that go back a number of years. This site has an underground storage tank on it. City Council previously voted to retain this firm to remove that tank. That firm has encountered some unexpected challenges, and we are bringing this request for a change order before Council. Deputy, I welcome you getting into some additional details.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. When we approved Oscar W. Larson to be the tank removal company, they were in fact the lowest bidder. All of the bidders had a similar request in their purchasing, in their solicitation, which was some number of cents per gallon that they would charge as a change order if needed, depending on how many gallons were removed. And so this change order is Oscar W. Larson saying, now that we have actually removed all of the gallons from the tank, here is our costs per gallon, which was just a little over 4 cents. It was 4.5 cents per gallon. There were 11,900 gallons that were removed, which increased the total that was paid by $14,875. And again, Oscar W. Larson was actually the lowest cost per additional gallon of the different companies that we had solicited.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
So they removed a total of 11,900 gallons from the tank, and the amount that they were charging per gallon was what, you said?
4.5 cents.
4.5 cents per gallon. And that left, in terms of what we had originally agreed to pay them, a balance of 11,000.
A balance of $14,875.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution to approve the change order for the removal and disposal of the wastewater from the underground storage tank at the 191 North Glenwood Avenue. Clerk Doyle.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
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 7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Number 13, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the purchasing manager to award the bid and for the mayor or deputy mayor to execute the agreement with the Premier Group Associates for the Bodette Park ball field renovation for a not to exceed amount of $41,700? Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Mayor and Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you. This obviously relates to improving the ball field, the baseball/softball field at Bodette Park at the Mill Dam. We have a number of these ball fields in the city, and they have really all fallen into disrepair over the years. Now that we have reconstituted our Parks and Recreation Department, we want to make sure that we're making investments in our parks and properly maintaining our parks. And in terms of the baseball or softball fields in the city, this is the first step. So we're excited to have the opportunity to improve the ball field at Bodette Park and again have it be the high-quality facility that our residents deserve. I want to emphasize that we are not forgetting about some of the other facilities in the city. We anticipate next year doing Aaron Perry Park as well as JC Park. But this year, we wanted to make sure that we're moving forward with the ball field at Bodette Park.
All right. Any discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Nicholson?
Do they have a expected timeline? I'm sorry, I don't see what in their scope of work when they plan to start and what the timeline for the project is.
Deputy Mayor?
So I don't have the exact timeline in front of me, but I can tell you that the timeline is to start immediately because this ball field is to be ready for fall ball.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion on the motion before us, it's a roll call on the resolution approving the purchasing manager to award the bid and for the mayor or deputy mayor to execute the agreement with the Premier Group Associates for the Bodette Park ball field renovation for a not to exceed amount of $41,700. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. Are there any requests this evening?
Yes, President McGinnis. Minister Veronica Taylor.
First, I honor God who's the head of our life. To you all up here, council and mayor of this city, I'm coming from one of the nice residents that's next door to me. Would like to thank you all for giving them the $1,800 for their children that y'all helped raise for him to finish college. He was short, and they sent y'all a nice thank you card, and I'm here to thank you all for being so diligently helping these young people achieve their goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pastor Kathy Desereau.
I'm a little confused, and I must have missed something somewhere. I thought the rec center was going to be Edison School. Where did I get that idea? It's never been a consideration? And secondly, people from other cities watch our council meetings, some of them pretty faithfully. Please fix the blinds. It just looks like we don't have 5 cents to our name, and it looks terrible on screen. It's worse on screen than it is here. Please fix them.
Thank you. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
We talked a little bit about in my agenda address, about the benefits of the agreement for the Phoenix Center that Oakland County is going to inherit, they say, from the developer that we made the agreement with. And part of that agreement was for them to do $18 million worth of repairs that they have never done. So as I was doing that, I thought we might go through some of who were the winners and losers at that Oakland County downtown development deal. Certainly, Oakland County is a great winner, and I'm glad that they're coming back to the city of Pontiac. This is their county seat, and for years, Dave Coulter, this county executive, had said he was going to come back. So they'll bring footsteps to the city of Pontiac. Now, there are the winners because the $50 million that Brenda Carter got gave it to Oakland County. They didn't give that money to the city for our downtown, so Oakland County is in the driver's seat. And that's why, as you were negotiating, going over the papers last week and trying to figure out how to sign the deal, some of the things that you were trying to put in, Oakland County said no, so they were in the driver's seat. So they are certainly the winners on that. We hope that they will fulfill all the things that they had promised, they talked about, although some of the things they talked about at the town hall that they had the night before you voted were different from what you talked about here. So I hope you read the fine print, Council, and worked in the city's best interest and made sure that they're going to do what they had promised to do. And one of those things was we had people talked about the contractors who want to be involved in the demolition and of the building, and also of, as Carlton Jones comes and tells us, workforce development. So that's what you said, Council, that you would make sure in this deal was going to happen. So we're going to look and watch and see if that comes to fruition. I've already talked about the fact that the parking lease arrangement that they're inheriting says that they will have at least 6 events for the city in which city people can have no free parking for certain events. So let's make sure that happens. One of the big winners, of course, was the developers of Ottawa Towers, who put $7 million into the sale price, and when they bought it with a public partnership agreement, and they are getting $19.2 million out of it. That's a nice little $12 million Winfield profit, which I'm not sure how you necessitate they deserve. But at any rate, that's what the deal is in for them, and also the fact that I will talk about the city, and I think it's an up loss for the city. It depends, as I said, on whether some of the things that have been promised actually gets done. Of course, we'll bring more footsteps to our downtown, but I'll continue that discussion because I want to talk about some of the benefit ratio for the city, and I'll have to do that at another time because they're running out, but I'll also put some on the City of Pontiac Facebook group page that I've had for people who have questions about this.
Thank you. Ms. Billy Swazer.
Hello, and I'm Billy Swazer. I want to talk about 2 things, if I have time. One is the speeding motorists on my street. I live at 1619 Marchbank, and my brother Willie comes over to my house regularly. He was parked on my side of the street, and there's cars that come over the hill from, I don't know what street it is, but anyway, they come down the hill about 45 miles an hour. I wish you would have someone police it. I would like a speed bump, but if you're not going to have a speed bump, can you have somebody sit out there and give some people tickets? I have to go across the street to go to my mailbox in order to get mail, and I stop at my driveway, look, and then listen, because you can hear them changing gears and getting into high gear to get to that last, so when they come down the street. The young man that lives across the street from me, his car was hit about a year ago, maybe less, because somebody was late getting to his college class. He needed something dropped on the floor of the car, and he needed to pick it up. He couldn't see, so he hit the other car. The young man whose car has been hit has not been repaired. It's still over there. It's a green car. You can just see it nice, and one of those foreign cars that you can put back together. He picked up the pieces and put it back together, and he still drives it. But I just would like, my brother was trying to come to see me, and the car didn't stop because he was parked across from that green car, and the people didn't slow down. He said, I was in fear for my life because they were going like 45, 50 miles an hour. I said, they go like that every day. I fear for my life when I go across the street to get my mail, but I'm still going to go across the street because that's where the mailboxes are located. The other thing I want to talk about is this City of Pontiac Employees Association versus the City of Pontiac. It'd be interesting to hear what the written legal opinion was, because it was nothing like it was told to us, meaning the SEPA members, the GERS members prior to the court case. But time will tell, and SEPA, we got our settlement. The modification was denied. SEPA is still in negotiations with the City of Pontiac, and I guess when we have a written settlement, we'll be notified and have a membership meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swayzer. Ms. Anita Bao.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and everyone. I am here on behalf of Silver City Productions. They're having their 2023 annual community picnic, September the 3rd, which is on a Sunday, from 1 to 8 p.m. on the corner of Osmond and Jesse Street. Everyone is invited. They're going to have food and live entertainment. The live entertainment will be Phase 5, among others. And the sponsors for this event is Silver City Productions, My Ship, which is a nonprofit, Paddock Vehicle Storage, and No Milk Entertainment. It is BYOC, which means bring your own chair. This is a free event, and they'd like to see everybody come out. They're trying to get the community together. There are flyers that I will leave here, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tamika Ramsey. Ms. Karen Jurgensen.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Jorgensen, and I am the owner of Pontiac Still Art Theater and the Green Room Cafe, and I'd like to congratulate Pontiac for a marvelous job that they did with Roadkill. I heard nothing but great things about the event. I'd like to give kudos to Mike McGinnis. Thank you very much for all the checkered flags that you had put up the downtown. It looked very festive, and commissioning Lisa Little to paint areas of the downtown was very much appreciated. I think it really made the downtown look great. One of my concerns, and I had spoken to some of the representatives from Roadkill weeks before they came here, and I was really disheartened that the brick and mortar stores and vendors were not asked to be a part of inside the gated area. It seems like every time we have something gated, the only time people will come out typically is when it's raining. And thank goodness it did rain for a while, so it promoted people to come out. But to have businesses like Slow's Barbecue to be inside and asking us to pay $1,200 to be a vendor, and then we didn't even have an opportunity to be a vendor. So I was very disappointed. I'm trying very hard to keep our doors open, and it just seems that we are always kind of put by the wayside. Dream Cruise is coming, and I've just received this information Friday. Thank you, Mayor. Kind of perplexed as to why we don't hire professional people to take care over this. I have respect for the minister and for Angela Powell, but again, this is days away, and it's very difficult to hire staff and get things going, and to be able to pay my taxes because I don't have enough business coming through the door and not enough time to prepare for it. Other concern is, please, whatever I have to do to help the city out to get on-street parking implemented, besides keeping my business closed, and code enforcement to, we have 27 abandoned, neglected buildings downtown. Until we start making those buildings look presentable and enticing for people to look at and want to buy, it's essentially a ghost town. So whatever I can do to help out also with trying to get a DDA into our downtown, I think is what we need. All of our surrounding businesses cities are thriving. We seem to just keep having some hope. and then it's taken away. So again, I offer my help in any way that I can, and I'll try and get the word out so that we can make this as successful as possible for Dream Cruise. Thank you.
Mr. Carlton Jones, thank you.
Good evening. I'm glad to follow behind Karen. Karen, you are absolutely right. And I want to say this, that somehow or another, I know that I was excited that we had a new opportunity. We had new council, we had new mayor administration coming in, but we have to learn some historicness about Pontiac. And somehow or another, even our elected officials sometimes seem to put us who come up here and speak and the citizens, it seems like we don't take time to listen to what we're saying. We can have grandiose things here in Pontiac, but if not Pontiac people benefiting from it, it's not a real big grandiose thing for us. And I would say what Councilman Rutherford is saying, I agree with her. We should not be doing things and not be thinking about our businesses and our people first and foremost. And this is no attack on anybody. I've been here several weeks talking about workforce development. Yes, that does not happen overnight. And if we don't start developing our people and investing in our people, we're going to continuously lose out. Elected officials, leadership, you cannot wait on this. You cannot sit back on this. Sitting back on this right here is a big mistake. There's an article, all you all who actually sometime get Detroit Cranes, they talking about the aim for regional workforce development for economic development. You cannot have economic development in your city and you don't be looking out for your residents and your people businesses here. So I'm not trying to get overly emotional about this, but I've been coming down here for a while, and I get very little support. Very little support. That doesn't stop me now, but it should not be that way. Mayor, deputy mayor, we got this rec center we're talking about. There's no reason why every opportunity for us to plug somebody in Pontiac to develop them for something at rec center, we got 4 years to do it. They can get college degrees and be running everything at the rec center. That's how you develop talent right here in our own city. We talk about this road work. We should have people on that road work right here in Pontiac. So if we let people, when we get this great thing, and when people not benefiting from it, we missing the boat. It's time out for that. Let's don't feel attacked. Let's just be about doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chuck Johnson.
Chuck Johnson, 21 North Paddock Road here. The question came up about, did the city of Pontiac generate any revenue from the event that happened downtown? And I'm sure that we didn't earn anything from it, but we did spend a lot. And I say that to say this, as I watched our workers 2 days straight, long hours, just downtown, cutting grass, cleaning the sidewalks, wiping, cleaning, doing whatever. I watched the sweeper, our newly bought sweeper, sweep 2 streets Saturday morning for an hour and a half that he had swept earlier on Friday. All he was doing was pulling the asphalt up. Why he was doing it, I don't know, but somebody should have took note to it. I did. I watched him 2 or hour and a half just running that sweeper around in a circle. So I hope that this takes place all over the city, this kind of effort, because I was sitting down in the entrance of the building here, and we asked, and the responsible people, one of us in this room, asked why we can't go down, the city can't go down on Woodward Avenue and South Boulevard and clean up that mess that vagrant is causing down there on South Boulevard. You know what we was told? It's on private property. We can't clean it up. It ain't on private property. It's just sitting there along the sidewalk. The vagrant is sleeping there every night, leaving his mess there on the street, and it's in very, very deplorable condition. So how do we address our city when people are coming in when the first thing they see is that vagrant on that corner sleeping in the garbage all around him? You mean to tell me that we can't clean that up? I don't believe it. Our DPW department is failing in their effort to do their due diligence as it relates to this city. I also asked the mayor if someone in this city could tell me who owns the alley, whether it's the city of Pontiac or a property owner at 185 Mechanic. Who owns that alley? Because I'm tired of being harassed by the property owner who's indicating that he owns the alleyway. He bought it, but I can't get anybody from the mayor's office or the DPW department to indicate to me or send a letter or some kind of notification to the property owner at 185 Mechanic Street so that he will know that the property that I try to utilize so that I can service my property, that the property that I'm speaking about is an alleyway. Does the city of Pontiac own the alleyway, or does this property owner own the alleyway? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Hi, good afternoon again. Darlene Clark, speaking as a resident. First, let me explain something to the people that's listening to at the sound of my voice. When I said to you on August 3rd for the GERG Fund, denial order of modification was denied. That means old GERG will not connect with new GERGs. They will have to go back to the drawing table to come up with a better solution. So I need to put that out. Also, what I need to know, I talked to Deputy Mayor last week. I'm going to ask a question that I can't seem to get an answer from the mayor. And the reason I ask this question, because you as council and the people at the sound of my voice need to hear this answer. What happens if the buyer chooses to withdraw from the Our Towers, especially since Elbrook Patterson's daughter is getting involved? So with that being said, the buyer doesn't think too much about a deposit. A deposit is just to say, okay, we're going to negotiate. But what if we withdraw? Or what if it never comes to focus? Because we're up under Yaktown. Yaktown it's from the Urban Dictionary that has 12 million slang, what you call it, slang words, whatever you want to call it, because I'm not from the streets, so I wouldn't know. But it has 12 million slang to interpret what street people are talking about. And with that being said, please, Mayor, answer this question. It's a question that the public needs to know. They need to have the answer to. You sit here, and I agree with Ms. Rutherford, what she said. We're not gaining nothing on our city. Roadkill's been here for 8 years. 8 years, it has not been a profit made from us, for the city of Pontiac who pay taxes. It's not opening up the opportunities that we are just a dropping ground. We dump everything in the city. Oh, come on, let's get a free ride in the city of Pontiac. Oh, we can get away with everything in the city of Pontiac. It's posted every week about the murders, the crime in the city of Pontiac, which is opening up the door for more crime to come in. Now, do you as council want your reputation to be known to be a crime-infested area? Do you want to stop crime? Help the people to understand. We're not complaining. By no means is not complaining. We're asking for a clear understanding. And last week, let me tell you this. When I talked to Mr. Carrington, I said this to him. People in Washington, Florida, you name it, every state in the United States is looking at this council meeting. They're not looking at the audience, they're looking at the actions of the council people. So when you slam on that door and say, order, 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 unconditionally, at a speed, you're putting yourself on notice.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Gloria Miller.
I'm not gonna be like, I'm sorry. I am gonna blame them because they work for us, okay? When I sat in that seat, I work for the people, still do. I'm the first council person that has ever came back to work with the city and not in office. I'm still working like I'm up there. I'm gonna continue to work as long as I live here because I told you I didn't do it for the money. I didn't need the money. Now, with that being said, I got so many calls. I had people call me from all over the state. What is this council? Who do they listen to? Person after person last week asked, wait, what's in the purchase agreement? So I'm asking you, Mayor, or anybody up there, is the purchase agreement online yet? Can we see it? I want to know what's in it. I mean, has anybody read it? I want to know what's in it. Mayor, you mentioned some of the things we're supposed to be getting. I want to see it. Is it in it? We deserve that. And I also, my citizens, the people that really know me, I have no agenda. I don't want no money. I'm good. I only come down here because when I see things and I see wrong, wrong is just right. Wrong is just wrong and right is just right. And you guys don't listen to no one, not just me, because I don't care about me. Because, see, I'm going to get out there and do what I got to do. I'm going to knock doors. That's what I do. I know what the people say. Some of them don't like what I say, but most don't like what you're doing. Because you're running the city like a dictator. We come up there and ask you to do something. I had a person that DM me say, what is wrong with the council? They already deliberated. You guys, when you put things on the agenda, it's already made up. You can tell about your minds. It's not negotiated. We don't have a say in it. It's done. Something that I was with the 10th council, but with the 9th, I was down here with the 9th council. I was here with the 8th council. I was here with the 7th. I have never seen that done before. Negotiate in front of the people to tell us what's in the. We voted you in to know what's in it. And you tell us. And then we go behind you because each one of you represent a district. And the people put you in those seats. So for you, what I see, I heard some people say it was what you call plain, straight out corruption. The mayor running here with a new contract. He's negotiating while we didn't have a budget hearing, while we didn't have the hearing for the Ottawa Towers. Now I hear you, former Mayor Waterman, saying that, it's a good deal. But the put is in the pudding. They don't live up by their word. It ain't a good deal for the city of Pontiac. And I don't know about the rest of the residents, but they feel like me. We tired of getting punked by the mayors. They come in, they got these big dreams, and then they come in with their own agendas. And I'm good at calling you out your own agenda. I don't care if you're a mayor or a council person. Right is just right. You got to do what we want to do. Start listening to us. Have meetings before you get to the hearings. And so we can have a say in it. And
that does conclude your time.
I'll get to it next week.
Thank you. That concludes public comment, President McGinnis.
Thank you. Very briefly, yes, the purchase agreement between Oakland County and the private owners can be accessible online through the Oakland County Commission. When they consider the purchase agreement, we can happily forward along a link for you can access that if that's helpful. The Edison School, most recently known as Purdue School, was never a finalist for the youth recreation site. It's the former McCarroll School that was settled on, and it has been for the last 10 months or so. Thank you, Ms. Jorgensen, for the kind words. I want to acknowledge that Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford, who represents District 1, she approved those district projects for those murals that the artist did downtown. All right, since that concludes public comment, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed into closed session?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. So we have the resolution before us right now. I'm going to do some modification if it's this council's will. Right now, the first whereas has numbers 1, 2, 2, and 3. I would like it to be renumbered to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And under 3, for the language to now read, under MCL 15.268, subsection H, to discuss a written legal opinion prepared by the city attorney, Clark Hill, LLC, semicolon, and. Is there such a motion?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, that we make that amendment, renumbering in the first whereas and identifying. It's taking what had been regarding negotiations to modify the settlement agreement between the City of Pontiac and the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association, CIPRIA, in federal case, and that's numbered there. That is being removed and replaced, and we anticipate that next week will likely be a closed session regarding the City of Pontiac Retired Employees Association, so that way the attorneys most well-versed would be available for that meeting. So that's the motion before us. Any discussion? It's just the amendment updating number 3 and renumbering the whereas, and then from there I'll read the resolution if this amendment passes. Clerk Doyle, roll call.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
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 All right, that amendment passes, so the resolution before us as amended, I'll briefly read the point so that way it's identified. Whereas the City Council seeks to adjourn into closed session for the following reasons, the resolution is hereby considered. 1, under MCL 15.268 subsection E, to consult with legal counsel regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with Oakland County Circuit Court case number 2022-197361-CH, Vanguard Equity Management, LLC v. City of Pontiac, and 2, under MCL 15.268 subsection E, to consult with legal counsel regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with Oakland County Court case number 2022-197432-C8, Robert Mitchell v. City of Pontiac, and 3, under MCL 15.268 subsection H, to discuss a written legal opinion prepared by the City Attorney Clark Hill, LLC, and 4, under MCL 15.268 subsection H, to discuss a written legal opinion regarding the marijuana referendum and initiative process, and whereas the Michigan Open Meetings Act, Section 8, subsection E, provides that a public body may consult with its attorney in closed session regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with specific pending litigation if such discussions would have a detrimental financial impact on the public body. And whereas the Michigan Open Meetings Act, Section 8, subsection H, provides that a public body may meet in closed session to consider an attorney-client privileged legal opinion being material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute. Now therefore be it resolved, the City Council will proceed in closed session pursuant to Section 8, subsection H, and 8, subsection E of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268, to discuss pending litigation and to review and discuss confidential attorney-client legal opinions as described herein. Any discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution to go into closed session. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are in closed session as of 7:14 p.m. For members of the public that are with us, after we've concluded with the closed session, we will come out, vote to come out of closed session, and continue with the balance of the agenda. You are welcome to stay. You are not obligated or required to stay. And we thank you very much for your valuable time tonight. Okay, is there a motion to come out of closed session?
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, that we vote to come out of closed session. Hearing no discussion, roll call on the motion to come out of closed session. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are out of closed session at 9:25 p.m. Could I please have a motion to suspend the rules in order to take up items of business that weren't already on the approved agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we move to suspend the rules in order to take up additional resolutions not already on the agenda. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the motion to suspend the rules.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker, Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The rules are hereby suspended. We will have 4 resolutions that we will consider following closed session, and we'll go through them item by item in the order in which they were discussed in the motion, the resolution to go into closed session. The first is regarding Oakland County Circuit Court case number 2022-197361-CH, Vanguard Equity Management, LLC v. the City of Pontiac. The resolution would read, it is hereby resolved that the Pontiac City Council approves the settlement agreement and consent judgment in Vanguard Equity Management, LLC v. City of Pontiac, Oakland County case number 2022-197361-CH, as presented in closed session, and to authorize the mayor to sign the settlement agreement and litigation counsel to sign the consent judgment on the city's behalf. Is there such a motion?
I make a motion.
Is there?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman James and seconded by Councilman Nicholson, so that motion is now before us, adoption of the resolution approving the settlement agreement and consent judgment in Vanguard Equity Management, LLC v. City of Pontiac. Any discussion on the motion before us? All right, hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Next, this is in regards to the second bullet point. When we moved to go into closed session, it was regarding Oakland County Circuit Court case number 2022-197432-CH, Robert Mitchell v. City of Pontiac. The resolution would read, it is hereby resolved that the Pontiac City Council approves directing litigation counsel to proceed as discussed in closed session regarding Mitchell v. City of Pontiac, Oakland County case number 2022-197432-CH. Is there such a motion?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. That is now before us. Is there any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The third item on our closed session resolution, it was regarding a written legal opinion prepared by the city attorney, Clark Hill, LLC. And so this resolution, pulling it up now, it would read, whereas the City Council on August 8th, 2023 adopted resolution number 23-273, authorizing the mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement with Oakland County, and whereas the MOA requires the city to, 1, waive any and all claims by the city to properties conveyed to the city in Section 7 of the MOU, and 2, rescind Section 7 of the December 31st, 2021 MOU, which involves the transfer of certain real properties, vacant lots, parcels 1 and parcel 5, to the city. And whereas the city is seeking to enter into an escrow agreement to resolve any outstanding amounts that may be owed to the city under the MOU, now therefore be it resolved, the City Council hereby waives all claims to properties conveyed in Section 7 of the December 31st, 2021 MOU and rescinds Section 7 of the MOU. Is there such a motion?
So move.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. So this is the item before us. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
I do not feel comfortable in voting for this, so I'll be voting no. I think that it is in bad taste that we did not find this out until today, when this situation is supposed to close by tomorrow. We've had 18 months, and so I'm voting no for this item.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, this is a resolution to rescind Section 7 of the December 31st, 2021 MOU. Again, the action item in this resolution, the City Council would be waiving all claims to properties conveyed in that Section 7 of the December 31st, 2021 MOU and rescinds Section 7 of that MOU. Hearing no further discussion and no further requests for clarification or information, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
No.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
No.
5 yeas, 2 nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Finally, number 4 in the resolution to proceed into closed session is regarding a written legal opinion regarding the marijuana referendum and initiative process. This resolution reads, whereas the City Council has considered the first petition of sensible cannabis reform for Pontiac's 2 referendums certified by the clerk for the November 7th, 2023 ballot, the first to repeal and nullify ordinance number 2406, the adult use marijuana business ordinance, and the second to repeal and nullify ordinance number 2407, the related amendment to the zoning ordinance. And whereas the City Council has considered the second August 1st, 2023 petition of sensible cannabis reform for Pontiac that seeks to repeal and nullify any previous City of Pontiac adult use marijuana business licensing ordinance, adult use marijuana business licensing ordinance number 2406, adopted on April 4th, 2023, and the medical marijuana facilities ordinance number 2357, subsection B, letter B, adopted on September 12th, 2018, in addition to initiating an amendment to adult use marijuana business licensing ordinance number 2406. And whereas the City Council has considered the clerk's rejection of the second August 1st, 2023 petition of sensible cannabis reform for Pontiac and the likelihood of litigation arising out of the rejection in the absence of a settlement of issues with sensible cannabis reform for Pontiac. And whereas the City Council has determined that the issues raised by sensible cannabis reform for Pontiac may be settled by certain amendments to ordinance number 2406 and ordinance number 2407, subject to mutual releases of claims related to ordinance number 206 and ordinance number 2406 and ordinance 2407, and to sensible cannabis reform for Pontiac obtaining a final court order removing from the ballot the 2 referendums certified by the clerk for the November 7th, 2023 ballot, the first to repeal and nullify ordinance number 2406, the adult use marijuana business ordinance, and the second to repeal and nullify ordinance number 2407, the related amendment to the zoning ordinance. And whereas nothing in this resolution or any later settlement agreement shall prohibit or preclude the city from exercising its legislative discretion in amending ordinance number 2406 and ordinance number 2407. Now, therefore be it hereby resolved that the attached proposed non-binding agreements to ordinance number 2406 and ordinance number 2407 marked as Exhibit A are hereby approved by City Council, subject to entry of a final order removing from the November 7th, 2023 ballot the 2 referendums certified by the clerk for the November 7th, 2023 ballot. The first to repeal and nullify ordinance number 2406, the adult use marijuana business ordinance, and the second to repeal and nullify ordinance number 2407, the related amendment to the zoning ordinance, all of which is subject to the City Council exercising its unfettered legislative discretion to consider and enact amendments to ordinance number 2406 and ordinance 2407. So to break it down for the council and the community, Exhibit A has four proposed amendments. The first three, the four to ordinance number 2406 and one for ordinance 2407. I'll go through them now verbatim. For proposed amendments to ordinance number 2406, 1, awarding the currently conditionally approved medical provisioning center license holders under the medical marijuana facilities ordinance number 2357, subsection B, located in the zoning districts approved in ordinance number 2407, a total of 30 points instead of the 20 points designated in ordinance number 2406. The 30 points would not be conditioned upon the issuance of a building permit or the commencement of work at the conditionally approved medical holder's proposed site. This does not apply to those applicants for a medical provisioning center permit who initially finished in the top 5 in their zoning district but are no longer in the top 5. The medical applicant entity can be awarded these 30 points whether they apply for a retailer permit or a social equity retailer permit, as long as the entity that was conditionally approved for a medical provisioning center permit qualified as a social equity applicant when they received conditional approval under the medical marijuana facilities ordinance number 2357, section B, subsection B. So that's proposed amendment 1. Proposed amendment 2, the top scoring conditionally approved medical license holder in each district, including those tied for the top score, will receive an additional 10 points toward the recreational permit scoring, but only if they are applying for a retailer permit. If they apply for a social equity retailer permit, they would not receive the 10 points. Proposed amendment number 3, allowing conditionally approved medical license holders to apply for recreational licenses at a different location in any of the 4 districts allowed under ordinance number 2407, not only in the district where they were awarded their conditionally approved medical license. Those applicants who choose to apply at a different location would receive the 30 scoring points for the location that had been conditionally approved under the medical marijuana facilities ordinance number 2357, subsection B. 4th proposed amendment, establishing a criminal record disclosure threshold for only those owners of an applicant with an ownership interest of at least 6%. Those owners must provide as part of the application an iChat or its equivalent. And then finally, a proposed amendment to ordinance number 2407, 1, amend the ordinance to prohibit the color green on all marijuana establishments, retailers, social equity retailers, designated consumption establishments, Class A microbusinesses, grow facilities, and processing facilities. So, is there a motion, such a motion to adopt this resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you first. Moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Parker. That's now before us. Any discussion on the motion before us? Again, this was exhaustively considered in terms of the legal background in closed session with the city's attorneys, and this is what is now before us to be able to help move forward on the matter. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, Clerk Doyle, roll call and adoption of the resolution that would, let me get right to it, that the attached proposed non-binding amendments to ordinance number 2406 and ordinance 2407 would be approved by the City Council subject to entry of a final order removing from the November 7th ballot the 2 referendums certified by the clerk for that November 7th ballot. The first to repeal and nullify ordinance number 2406, the adult use marijuana business ordinance, and the second to repeal and nullify ordinance number 2407, the related amendment to the zoning ordinance, all of which is subject to the City Council exercising its unfettered legislative discretion to consider and enact amendments to ordinance number 2406 and ordinance number 2407. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
No.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Abstaining.
Harrington.
No.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and we will update the council and the community about what transpires next. So with that, I will return to regular order, and the rules are no longer suspended. We are at subcommittee reports. Anything for communications, engagement, and operations? Chairman Goodman.
Give me 2 seconds to pull up the notes that I have in here.
While he's pulling that up, next up is Economic Development, Housing, and Planning. They had their subcommittee at the beginning of the month. There were a number of noteworthy items. I've shared memorandum with council members about some of those moving parts, that some of the proposals from the administration related to economic development, housing, and planning. There are a number of either specific requests for rezoning or other matters that will be coming through the pipeline at the Planning Commission level, a public hearing, and then multiple readings here at City Council over the next few months regarding proposed developments with housing specifically. So our subcommittee and Finance and Personnel heard about the Carlisle Homes project on Carlisle and New York Avenue in District 4. There is a rezoning and proposal related to a 5-story apartment building on Auburn Avenue, just east of Sanford in District 7. And we'll also be considering updates, potential updates to the minimum size of homes for new construction, since we have some smaller lots, so that way it creates more affordable and attainable housing options, especially so that we're meeting the needs of all levels and all housing needs for our many residents. So those are kind of the main items. You received summaries from me, and let me know if there's any questions as that subcommittee keeps going, and we'll keep sharing updates, especially as the Planning Commission has those multiple public hearings. It's not related to housing, but the Planning Commission also had heard a preliminary presentation about the former Mark Twain School in District 6 that Pro Tem Carrington's been very active in engaging, and there's been meetings with residents where a proposed light manufacturing facility would be using the former Mark Twain School space with access to Perry and Joslyn to be harmonious and compatible with the neighborhood. So a lot more steps on that, but it's noteworthy, and it'll be ultimately coming before the City Council for a decision. With that, I'll go back to Chairman Goodman for Communications, Engagement, and Operations.
Yeah, so the most pressing updates that we have currently are that the August newsletter is close to completion and should be out by the end of this week, as well as we have begun the process for doing document translations from English to Spanish for forms used by the public. There has been some continued updates to our cablecast system, as well as programming has been filmed to go on the city's local channels. And also there is work to replace the speaker system in council to make it more compatible with the cameras that we have. And then the last main one that I think is, I guess, like a feel-good thing, and I mentioned a couple weeks ago, there has been work done by the IT department to look at some previous work that was done by the city in terms of looking at like community wireless broadband, and there has been some movement on that. So as we go down that line, I'd like to bring back more information at a later date.
Facilities and Property, Chairwoman Rutherford.
Yes, so we discussed that Purdue is still not sold, and we don't have any upcoming programs that have been presenting to me about what they're going to do with Purdue. DPW still does not have a permanent home. They're still working on that. The good news is they did the parking lot, and the signs for the following streets still have not been ordered. Bobby Kaiser Street, Albert Hatchet Street, to name a few. Upcoming discussion is going to be what is actually going to happen to Purdue, because it's been a year and a half, and waiting on an update on what's the next steps for the DPW permanent place where it's going to be located at. And that is my report.
Finance and Personnel, Chairman Nicholson.
At our regular meeting, we follow our standard agenda format. We did have, as Council President mentioned, Manager Younger give some updates about some larger opportunities that the city is currently considering, and will come through many different subcommittees as those plans and opportunities take shape. We did go through the finances. Finance Director gave us good news that it sounds like the past due bills that the Sheriff's Department was working through, so we didn't have a very large bank reconciliation that we're waiting for, look to be in better shape. So we did issue payment for those. So the finances from a month-to-month perspective are more on par now without large variances that we have to consider. So we're on track as it is. We did also get an update from the HR manager and talked about some positions that have closed recently, and then also that we have a new purchasing position that will certainly help in getting some of the HR RFPs that we've been talking about for the last couple of meetings off the ground, like our search for a broker relationship. So that was the last meeting, and it was good news all around.
Thank you. Law and the Court Subcommittee Chair Parker.
Thank you, sir. As we met on July 24th, Law and Courts, the first thing we talked about was that the MDIC had approved their budget. They are moving now from a $300 per day, I think, to $120 per case, which is going to mean they may need to add some additional lawyers. They also put a new base time for 4 hours per case. They're reviewing their caseloads. I believe the numbers that was shared was 250 cases so far. And of that, in the third quarter, there was 981 arraignments with 936 cases represented by appointed counsel. I know they're trying to get the attorneys to pre-schedule their time. There's a change, as I said, in the $120 new rate for attorneys per case load instead of the $300 they got per day. And they may need to add more attorneys, looking for, I think, a resolution from council to be able to do some of that. And we'll talk about that later. They wanted attorneys to they actually want to do something to make sure that the attorneys are putting in the work. Then we branched off to the 50th Court District, where they made us aware that there will be another warrant clinic September 9th. The details were being worked out. It will probably be the same process as the previous warrant clinic. And they will visit Flint Warrant Clinic to get some ideas, particularly as it applies to the FOC and child support and misdemeanors. Staffing, they have 2 spaces left to fill. They're getting lots of volunteers for the warrant clinic. And they met with the architect regarding the HVAC system, and Lynette has also looked at the room for storage to ensure adequate space for their records. They complimented that the landscaping is getting better but needs to be worked out, a schedule for the locked-in areas. And we moved on to Blight Court. The city to review the union process with court to possibly implement best practices. Code enforcement has been doing a great job. They're posting a position for an assistant manager and possible promote from within. They got some good internal candidates to consider for that position. They've inspected 20 apartment complexes, and they're still having some outlying issues. They are setting a standard and enforcing across the board. This period, they did 1,522 code enforcement inspections, 812 rental inspections, and 600 grass violations. They updated the ordinance for escrow account to require landlords to fix problems after 30 days. Landlords charge for escrow account. And they're reviewing local municipalities' ordinances to put some muscle into our ordinance as it exists right now. And that was our meeting. Thank you, Brother President.
Thank you very much. Parks, Recreation, and Public Works, Chairwoman James.
Yes, I'm just going to give a few brief highlights tonight. We had our meeting on July the 24th, and for the grants update, CDBG, that program is moving along. We are one step closer to being able to manage our own CDBG funds. It was stated that we have received a letter of intent from HUD and that they have assigned a representative for the city of Pontiac so that we can walk through the application process. So we are one step closer to being able to manage our own CDBG funds. And it was also said that our record in terms of timing. Senior Center, we got the date of August the 14th was supposed to be the date that the Senior Center bathrooms were to be completed. So hopefully those are already done. And finally, for Public Works, these speed humps have been installed in all of the districts, and they are getting rave reviews in District 4. I don't know about the other districts, but I've gotten a number of calls from residents giving me other streets that they would like to see those speed humps on. I have been told that they definitely see an improvement in the speeding on those streets where we have them installed. And I just have made sure that everybody understands that what we've done now is it's like a trial, like a 6-month trial that we're going to evaluate them. And then from that point, we will make a decision on going forward on how many more that we want to put in. So, because people are already asking for those humps to be on additional streets. But from the feedback that I've gotten about the speed bumps, the speed humps has been very positive to date. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Public Safety, Health, and Wellness, Chairman Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. This committee did not meet in the last 30 days. And our next meeting is scheduled for September the 14th here at City Hall Chambers at 4:30 p.m.
Very good. With that, we'll move to communications. Councilman Rutherford, you wanted to make sure it was known about your meeting for August?
Yes, I will not be having a meeting for August because I have to take a break due to the fact that I will be performing on August the 24th, and also because my money is funny, so I got to wait till next month to pay for the food. Don't worry, we'll be back at Alley Cat, but I wanted to make sure I put that out there before somebody say something different.
So no District 1 meeting, monthly meeting for August.
No free food at Alley Cat this month. Next month it will be there. Thank you so much.
Okay. You can find written announcements happening in the community on the electronic or hard copy versions of the City Council agenda, trying to get the word out for the community. I did have a late-breaking resident slip me something about, I believe it's August 26th, that there is a garage sale at Welcome Missionary Baptist Church. So I don't want my District 7 resident to yell at me for not announcing that. We'll work to try and add that to the hard copy as well. We heard from the special presentation about the many activities and musical performances this coming Friday and Saturday related to the Woodward Dream Cruise. If I'm nothing else about communications from the council, I'll give the floor to the mayor for his communication.
In the interest of time, I do not have anything to share.
Okay, closing comments, Mayor Grimal.
Similarly, in the interest of time, I don't have any closing comments.
Deputy Mayor Stevens. Clerk Doyle. Mr. Starks. Okay. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, sir. I want to share that the Law and Courts Committee will not be meeting in August. We're going to take a break. We'll be back promptly on the 4th Monday of September. Looking forward to having some good conversation regarding some of the ongoing things that we deal with. I want to thank again Pastor Desero for her continued presence in making sure that we have someone here to represent the religious community when we meet. I wanted to share that the administration, myself, and some of the residents of Lancaster met with some of the HUD representatives last week to discuss some of the ongoing issues that they're having at Lancaster, and so there will be some further information on that from either myself or the administration to follow.
Yes.
And wanted to share, I know one of the questions that came up, one of our meetings was where are the speed humps in District 5? And I wanted to make sure that the district is aware that most of the streets where all the speeding is going on are major streets and consequently cannot get speed humps, but we're trying to make sure that there are speed humps put up in our district at the least at some of the lesser known streets or lesser used streets so that we can stop some of the speeding that is going on in our community. And lastly, it has been asked that we would update on the GERS issues, and from the last meeting that I was at, it has been, as we have always said, the issue has been between moving money from old GERS to new GERS, which we're still working at, and even the settlement that was talked about previously earlier today had to do with that, and I'm pretty sure we will give you a further update on that after we meet this month and we get some clarification as to what that all does, and we meet the 5th Wednesday of this month.
I'm glad you brought that up. Council leadership received an inquiry from the executive director of GERS, Tina Turner, that the chair of GERS, Sheldon Alberton, would like to make a presentation to City Council next week. Are you comfortable with
I'm
that?
comfortable with
That sounds good?
yeah.
Mayor and administration, any concerns? That works
I-
well with
I
our timing?
encourage that.
Okay, excellent. So just as an FYI, that'll be at least the one special presentation I know about next week, which will be well-timed because we'll have a closed session related as well. That'll be our intention next week.
And
Yes, sir.
one more thing, meeting with the Youth Mental Health Director tomorrow, because I know as we start back to school, there's some things we want to do as it applies to youth mental health and some of the opportunities that we have, and they've been asking if they could come and do a special presentation sometime in the near future in regards to youth mental health.
Do you want to pitch them on August 29th?
Okay.
Will you be in town?
Yeah, I'm sure.
If you're not, let me know, but that way, next week's special presentation could be GERS and their board leadership, and then the following week would be the target. But if others have ideas or requests that have come through the subcommittee or about resilience, just flag that for me. I always want to make sure that we don't get too top-heavy with special presentations. We let them have the spotlight. You know, it can get hard if we have 2 or 3 in a meeting. We want to spread it out.
When I meet with them tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
I don't have anything except to say that I did receive some sad news tonight about the passing of a Pontiac resident, Patrice Doris Clark. And so my sympathies go out to her mother, Emily Denise Clark, and to the Clark family for their loss. Thank you.
Councilman Goodman.
I have a District 3 community meeting happening this Friday, the 18th at 6 p.m. at the Baldwin Center. So if anyone who's in District 3 is able to attend, the mayor will also be there. So that's all I have for tonight.
Councilman Nicholson.
Just want to remind District 2 residents that we do take, our advisory committee does take August off, so our next District 2 advisory meeting will be Monday, September 25th at Goldner Walsh at 7 p.m.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Right is right, and wrong is wrong. And when people start getting confused, that means we need to sit down with real people. That was a quote that was said by Chuck D from Public Enemy. We have to get to the point where we have to stop feeling uncomfortable calling truth to power. We have to get uncomfortable when we start not saying a thing as it is a thing. At the end of the day, businesses lost money because of events, because it was poor planning. At the end of the day, businesses were not given the opportunity to be a part of the conversation because it was poor planning. At the end of the day, we can have all of the shows downtown and everybody can laugh, but if the businesses and the community are not truly benefiting, all it is a clown show and we acting like clowns. We have to start to serve the citizens, the businesses, the vendors, the small businesses. At the end of the day, we can keep having all these events, we can keep having all these conversations, but if it is not trickling down to the community, it means nothing. My other thing is this. I'm at a place on my life where if I don't see it in writing, I simply don't believe you. I don't. You can't lie to me no more. You can't use large words and try to turn it around or be a good spinner. My daddy was one of the greatest con men there ever was, and he said, if it looked like a duck, and it quack like a duck, it's a duck. So if it seems as though I have disdain in my voice, it's because I do, because my frustration is we're paying politics with people, and we need to be about the people in order to be a better politician. We are playing politics with people, and we need to be about the people so we can be better politicians. It was a whole bunch of talk and banter when we first got on this administration that we were going to be different and we were going to have a transparency and we were going to be honest, even if it made people uncomfortable. That is not what I'm seeing. And if it makes you feel any comfort to this, I feel that we have to start being above board, or we are doing the exact same thing that we accused previous administrations of doing. We can't keep telling people, we got you, hold up, and then nothing's being done. We can't keep telling people, we got you, we're going to help you get a house. And I'm not talking about housing repair, but we haven't done a house study yet. That was 2 months ago. We can't keep saying we're going to do this for small businesses, and nothing has been presented. And we were told 3 months ago, we come out in August. We got to stop doing that, because you can sit here and say, well, it's only a small group of people. No, it isn't. There's a growing thunder that's going on in this community that we are not serving people. We are grandstanding. We are acting like we want to do it only when it's time for people to vote for us. And I just can't do it no more. So if it ain't in writing, I don't want to talk about it. If you can't tell me the truth, even if it's something you're uncomfortable about, I don't want to talk about it, because right is right and wrong is wrong. And when people start getting confused, that means we need to sit down with some real people. And to that, I say good night.
Pro Tem Carrington?
No comments tonight. Thank you.
Well, good evening. I'll just briefly thank the many dozens of District 7 residents from the east side that came to our monthly meeting last night. Really great feedback, turnout, and great response. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Stevens for being able to be there. We were able to answer a lot of questions, but also hear a lot of really useful feedback. And our code inspector from the code enforcement team for District 7, James Foster, also there, in addition to Deputy Johnson from Oakland County Sheriff's Department. Mr. Foster was able to hear straight from concerned citizens and be able to offer some responses and help clarify, so that way residents knew who to call in certain scenarios. It was just really heartening and encouraging to hear how much positive feedback there is for the city council and the city's direction. So I just wanted to share with council. There was a ton of praise for how we conduct ourselves, how we conduct our meetings, the way in which we are solving problems, doing the people's business, and also there were multiple senior citizens that had rave reviews about Deputy Mayor Calfani Stevens. So he was showered with praise last night too. All right, I just wanted to offer that very briefly. And of course, it's always the second Monday of every month, 7 p.m. at Prospect Church. All are welcome. And I think we've covered the bases we need to cover tonight. Councilman Parker.
Almost forgot. Just one more announcement. For those of you who are interested, Pastor William Parker will be celebrating his 12th pastoral anniversary at the New Springfield Missionary Baptist Church this Sunday, August 20th at 11 a.m. All are invited and welcome, for it will be a marvelous time. You don't want to miss this meeting. You don't want to miss this meeting. If you plan on going to heaven, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be enlightening. And I guarantee you, you will be blessed if you come. That is 124 Prospect, New Springfield Missionary Baptist Church. Please come and help us celebrate together. That's
Congratulations on your
Thank you.
pastoral anniversary.
Yes.
Great milestone.
Congratulations.
Here we go.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved by Councilman Nicholson, supported by Councilwoman Rutherford. Hearing no discussion, roll call and adoption of the motion to adjourn. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Deputy Mayor, I want to give you these stats. I hung on to them in case I needed them.